5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Radiant team ban.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Doom.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
And it's a beautiful day for more Dota here in the Law of Inertia League. We've got Equation versus New. Equation currently sitting on top of the standings. But New, a team who, well, have only just joined a tournament, thereby taking a couple of death losses, but, well, not so much the team itself, but their players. Their players we definitely have heard of, maybe not recently, but DDZ
10 seconds remaining.
Is in his own right kind of an OG legend,
5
right?
seconds remaining.
We'll see what they bring to the table here. I really don't know what to expect. Equation opening up with the Doom Faceless Void already. These are two very long cooldowns, almost 3-minute cooldowns in both these spells. So I think that already makes things very obvious as to how the game is going to go. Equation, they're going to be fighting around these cooldowns, whereas Neo, I think, going to be looking for action, sort of playing around these in the time that those spells are not up. And seeing the Doom, seeing the Faceless Void, I think you have a couple of obvious bans. I mean, the Grimstroke goes very well with both the Void and the Doom, so I think it's quite obvious to take that out. New, though, they're going for the Tusk Venom. Both these are very strong laners as supports.
10 seconds remaining.
And the Tusk can have a decent
5
to Doom,
seconds
just that
remaining.
roll physical damage that can come out from tag team. Likewise, the Venomancer with the kiting, so whichever lane they put these in, the Doom I don't think is going to have a good time. Now, we have seen mid Doom, it's actually not that rare, so that's also a possibility too. Same as the position 4 Doom.
10 seconds
I would
remaining.
say that between mid Doom and pause 4 Doom, we see it roughly as much as the offlane Doom.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire team ban.
Radiant team ban.
That's the
10
Grimstroke
seconds
immediately
remaining.
taken out of the picture. Again, no surprises there. The Wraith
5
King
seconds
is
remaining.
one of those ways to deal with these long cooldowns. You just eat a
Dire
Chronosphere,
team
but you
ban.
don't die, and you don't really want to Chronosphere the Wraith King. Likewise, the Anti-Mage, you can have a very good time against the Doom. That Spell Shield is quite ridiculous if you can reflect the Doom. And it's not like it's necessarily good against the Faceless Void, but just being one of those heroes who can blink around the map, extend the game, fight around these cooldowns, force you to respond, and I mean, ideally the Faceless Void
5 seconds
does
remaining.
not want to be chasing around an anti-mage. Seeing the Invoker banned out here, they really are just concerned about the combination, so probably gonna see something along the lines of a Zeus ban afterwards. Now, as it stands new, they don't really have too much lockdown, and sometimes that can be an issue when playing against the Faceless Void. We've seen very many games where constant time walks effectively ruin any chance of killing a Void here.
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like something along the lines of Sven could be very good for new here. You pop the ultimate, you pop the war cry. And it's okay to get doomed afterwards in many cases, especially if you go for a more safer build. Start stacking that status resistance. And Sven generally a hero who does okay against the Faceless Void because you're not too afraid of dying in the duration of a Chronosphere. The Spectre is an interesting one because at pretty much all points of the game you are weaker than the Faceless Void in the head-to-head matchup.
Dire team
Oracle.
Ooh, Oracle being picked up here. So it's either going to be the core Venom or the core Tusk. Now that changes a lot. Obviously, Oracle, pretty good hero to have against a Doom. You can quite easily heal through all of that
10
DOT.
seconds remaining.
Now, how is the Mancer mid these days? I mean, it's usually a strong layer of things. You either go for the maxed out poison thing and the maxed out venomous scale, or you go for the maxed out wards. And the maxed out wards in the mid lane, if you hit level 7 very quickly, it can be annoying to lane against, but it really does depend on the lane matchup. Witch Doctor being picked up here.
10 seconds remaining.
Witch Doctor Faceless Void, classic combination. I don't think there's too much else to it. I suppose if you have a Maledict on a target that's doomed, that's a pretty nice combination, but then it does get countered out by the Oracle anyway. I think the Maledict is not going to be that big of a spell there. I'm still feeling this fun for new.
Dire team pick.
Nope, it is going to be that Spectre. That was the other option, I suppose, but again, Spectre into Faceless Void, personally, I'm not that big of a fan of. A lot of your direct engagements, fundamentally, these both have very long cooldowns, especially early on, and
10 seconds
yeah,
remaining.
Faceless Void of Chronos here.
5 seconds
If
remaining.
you land a good Chrono, if you take out a couple of heroes, there's no way the Spectre can join afterwards. And likewise as the Spectre, I mean, early game you're not squishy, but it's not like you really have those late game talents, those late game items to keep you alive. If you start the fight with a Haunt and get Chronosphered, that could be an absolute disaster. And the biggest issue that I see is that often we think of Spectre as the ultimate late game carry. Well, Faceless Void in that department is honestly not weak whatsoever either.
Dire team
I think the
ban.
Void can absolutely go toe-to-toe with Spectre later on. Certainly if there's a Viper in the mix. Ooh, that Viper with a break can be very nasty. You are dealing a lot of magic damage, so again, the Oracle can be effective. But you can't actually dispel the Viper strike. And the Venom-Lancer
10 seconds
into the
remaining.
Viper is weird, because if you're dealing damage to him, he's dealing damage to you with
5
that
seconds
Croesus
remaining.
skin. I very much like this Viper pick, actually. Goes very well with the rest of their team. And you. I think it really does go back to the Spectre. I'm not a big fan of the Spectre here.
Dire team ban.
Now, the Viper being picked up doesn't necessarily mean that it can't be mid-doom. I think the Viper you can put into the
10
offlane
seconds
quite
remaining.
viably. We did see an IO Viper
5 seconds
Radiant
the other
remaining.
day.
team ban.
And that was an interesting hero to have against the Spectre, because you do have that global mobility. And often the Spectre is out offering her own farming.
Ten seconds remaining.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Vision.
10 seconds remaining.
I think looking for support to just combos well
5
offers a little
seconds
extra
remaining.
CC.
Radiant team pick. Rubik.
The Rubik fits the bill perfectly, I think. Not many big spells to steal.
Choose your hero.
But it is going to be the Zeus from New. I mean, Zeus Spectre. Classic combination. I think they are very heavy on magic damage, however. A pipe coming out early could be huge. Yeah, we'll see how it does. I personally do prefer the equation draft. But New, just the power of the Zeus Spectre in the late game is hard to argue with. So yeah, we'll see. The lanes also should be quite strong for New for the most part. I think it's the Viper that can be an absolute pain to deal with, but otherwise the face is Void in lane. If he's not getting kills, he's not actually that strong of a laner.
10 seconds remaining.
You know, if you're not constantly using the time walk aggressively
5
to chase
seconds
down
remaining.
kills, he really doesn't have too much in ways of lane presence, honestly. Alright, for lanes, looks to be pretty standard here. From both sides. Looks like it is going to be a core Venomancer in the offlane. That's not too crazy.
30 seconds to battle.
I think the faces Void might have a bit of a tough time actually. Often the Void does well against sort of burst damage, but constant harass can be bad for the Void, and that's why he's already got that casual ring of regen. and I think he'll need every bit he can get in this lane. 2 mangoes as well. He does know the weakness of this hero, and he does know the strength of the Venom.
Woo! It's starting! It's starting!
Now, Doom against Spectre, I think that Doom's going to have a very good time. I don't necessarily think that means that the Spectre has a bad time, however. Now, Zeus into Viper is an interesting matchup. Once you get a couple of points into the Corrosive Haze, no, not Corrosive Haze, Corrosive Skin, then the stick gives you a lot of value, actually. You're gonna have to ferry out a lot of cells, I think, but it's not terrible to do that. Somehow getting the first deny here. DDZ, the man himself, we'll see how he does. I mean, he's not exactly a young player anymore, but there's plenty of experience to back him up. And Void here, again, he is going to be taking a lot of harass in this lane. And Yamate with the tag team, there's absolutely the threat of a kill that could come out onto the Witch Doctor. Bottom lane, I don't really expect to see too much action here. I think top lane is possibly where things will pop off. Cask bounces on through. There's not much follow-up. Viper doing okay in the last hit departments, but it's not like the Zeus is suffering fundamentally. It's very easy to scare last hits as a Zeus. Top lane though, I think it's quite clear that the Faceless Void isn't having the best of times. And the Witch Doctor, I mean the Tusk, especially with the boots, if you can close the difference, there's no way you're taking a good trade as a Witch Doctor at level 1. Once you get a few points into the Maledict, then maybe you can win out in the long run, but if the Venomancer joins up and puts that tag team to work, then that's where things get really painful. Zeus in the mid lane taking a lot of damage. Mule doing what he can to try and zone the Zeus back. Again, you get a lot of value out of those stick charges. As the Viper, the mana means a lot. And just because of your Corrosive Haze, every single time the Zeus zaps you, he's taking some damage in return. I don't believe it can proc off the static field. Static field, I think technically is magic damage, but it is a bit weird. It does have certain flags on it. I think that make it a bit unique. Bottom lane, we really haven't seen all that much happening. Both cores able to get pretty good farm, but they are getting onto the Rubik here. The Rubik going to be eating a long route here, but with the lift, is able to disengage. Top lane, they're closing in onto the Faceless Void. Faceless Void going to get surrounded. He does have the time walk to get out, of course. But I think they're going to chase on forward. No time walk now. The tag team going to be put to use. The cask bounces aren't bad, but that Faceless Void, again, Venomancer is such a strong laner. That's going to be our first blood. Looks like the Zeus was forced to walk back to base to get that bottle refill. I'm actually somewhat surprised that he's having this bad of a time against the Viper. You know, Corrosive Skin, it's an amazing ability, but Zeus, I think, at least he's still able to play and farm. It's not like he's behind in CS, but getting forced out of lane sounds a bit extreme. The mid lane is very much gankable, especially for the Viper. A kill onto the Viper himself is not impossible, but I think you probably need to bring in both supports to do that. $11 denies here on the Venomancer. That is a lot of EXP, a lot of farm being taken away from the Faceless Void there. Now as the Void, not having a good start is not great. And the biggest problem is that it usually means that you can't solo kill people in Chronosphere. That you're very reliant on your teammates for the damage. Which also makes things a bit complicated when you're, you know, farming alone and you're forced to use Chronosphere defensively. It's not like you can really turn around and try and get a kill off that. It's more like you use the Chronosphere and actually just run away, which is not ideal. Then again, with the Mask of Madness, you're not a bad hero when it comes to farming. It's just not something you like doing. Every single time you use that Chrono, you want to get kills. Every single time the Chronosphere's up, you want to be using it. But this time he doesn't have a Zeus, he doesn't have an Invoker to back him up. Neil here using a salve. He is level 6. If he can close the distance on DDZ, he can absolutely get a kill. The Zeus not going to allow that to happen so easily. Ooh, it's a haste rune. This is absolutely something you can use to get in range. I'm surprised the Oracle didn't go for Purge. I'm pretty sure you can purge off the haste runes. But I might be wrong on that. I know that out of the power runes, I think maybe you can't purge a regen. Obviously damage will cancel it. This Void getting gone on again. He's going to use that time walk and move on forward, but they have the chase. They have the chase. It's very easy to get on him, and then what? You don't have time walk. He's going to be using the ultimate to secure that. That was absolutely unnecessary. Bottom lane, though. Onto the Oracle.
You will wake in lowest hell.
It's a free man rotation, but obviously, if you look at the trade, an Oracle is not worth your Faceless Void. And the struggles will continue here for the Void. In fact, he's TPing into the mid lane, thinks he'll have an easier time there. He doesn't have a stick when he's up against the Zeus. And I suppose worst case scenario, you can't just farm under tower. It's easy to pull that off in the mid lane. And the Viper, he's surprisingly good in the jungle. Obviously, it's AoE magic damage coming out from the Nether Toxin, but even the corrosive skin does a fair bit of damage to these creeps.
Top tower is under attack.
As well as the root here coming out onto the Faceless Void. He's so vulnerable when he doesn't have the time walk, and another death here. Really looking to be Struggle City. 0, 3, and a 3 on the Void. Not good, not good, not good. I mean, he's barely ahead of the supports in net worth. Meanwhile, top lane goes down. The power of the Viper. It's only level 1 in the playboards, but they do kill creeps pretty fast.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Don't really deal that much damage to towers. It is just a function of the weird damage types and armor types left over from Dota. Now, with the Venomancer being here, I think it's very hard to push into him. I think it's not even worth trying. In fact, I think it's a good idea to back off before things get too dangerous. Now, they have rotated up the Spectre into the safe lane of the enemy, going up against the Faceless Void.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And they do have some vision set up. The Spectre can be vulnerable when you're farming in this position, but dagger into the trees is a very powerful defensive tool. And the Faceless Void, again, the guy's been having a bad time. You know he cannot solo kill you in Chronosphere. He will need to bring someone in. And as long as you can spot out that someone, then your Spectre should be fine. I do like the efficiency we're seeing out of Mule here. He's not afraid to fall back into the jungle and give a little extra space to the rest of his team. Gonna be going for a bit of a push here. I don't think they're looking to commit too hard. Just get some chip damage onto the tower, force the enemy to rotate, but I don't think they're necessarily looking for early dives to try and get kills. I think they're happy allowing the Zeus to farm up for a while. They know that they're still growing on the Venomancer. He's a very strong mid-game hero. And you know that your Spectre Spectre is farming. I think this is all okay.
Radiant's middle
I think,
tower
if
is
anything,
under
it's equation that got these long cooldowns. I don't think we've seen a Doom just yet. I don't think we've seen a Chronosphere just yet.
Regeneration.
Of course, using these cooldowns and not finding anything is a very big deal. You do have to be in a position to find success.
Time is money.
Got it.
Visibility.
Then again, it's so hard to fight into Venomancer when he's got all these blade wards stacking up. Yeah, Latte gets taken down in the mid lane, just looking to get some EXP for himself. He has been struggling in that department. Left very early on to give Veno a lot of EXP. As a result of Veno, I mean, doing amazingly. And actually getting onto the team here. That urn, it will stack up, but they have been baiting. The horns coming out immediately in response. Now, Lancy doesn't have that much backup. There is the Faceless Void coming in. He does have the Chronosphere. Going to be using it here onto the Veno. They do have the damage coming in from the Viper. Are able to turn things around. Snowball forward here. It's onto the Viper. I don't think that's the trade you want to go for. Lance having difficulty coming into range to get the finish. Now, there is a Zeus zapping away. Gets a triple kill there, actually. This whole time, Zeus, he contributed with the... It should be to get another kill here. And now the Void trying to escape. They do have vision of him. DDZ, he's there with the chase. We're gonna see another time walk, and I think the Faceless Void is gonna be fine here. A very bloody fight. Definitely a win for New. The biggest part, I think, being that they got the Doom out and they got the Chronosphere out, so in these coming couple of minutes, they're gonna have absolute free reign over this game. I think for Madmaster, he's gonna go right back to bottom lane and he's gonna try and take this tower. The Spectre, on the other hand, use your haunt, you get a couple of kills, great, back to farming. As for the Zeus, I think, yeah, he does have that full Aether Lens, of course, after getting an Ultra kill. And those BOTs are going to be very handy this game. Also managed to get, I think, the single best item for Zeus at tier 1, which is of course that arcane ring.
Dyer's bottom tower
I'm gonna be happy he's
under attack.
tapping away. I think that's maybe why he didn't go for the mana boots. Smoke up here, a haste rune on the Spectre. Atos gonna mean that he can't quite dagger into the trees and he will get taken down there. A very big kill. To go right the other way, they cannot let the Spectre snowball out of control, not when their Faceless Void is struggling so much. Now they're gonna get some damage onto this tower, and New, they 100% they can defend. It's just whether or not they want to defend, or whether they want to have the Venomancer getting onto the enemy tower here. Offlane towers, frankly, they aren't that valuable, but in the case of the Radiant, that's also the tower which is closest to Roshan. Still, BOTs on the Zeus, they are able to keep it safe, and now there's always the global threat of a Zeus TPing in. Obviously, the Haunt is always a thing. Equation, though, they've got the Doom back up, which means the Chronosphere is going to be back up in just a second, and you absolutely can consider going for a fight again. That's especially true when you have the Atos setup, which can come up from a Viper. And the Viper, he's still doing okay in farming. He's been farming a lot of stacks. And he's been getting a couple of these kills. Arcane Rune or Zeus would love to. Is able to pick it up. They're going to be using the ultimate immediately after that as well. It's a low cooldown. A whole it's just going to be there to get some vision. I don't think they actually find a good target to go on. But this will allow them to see that no one is in the area to defend this bottom tier 1 tower. And the Venomancer, once you get this siege set up, no, they are going to go forward. They are going to try for the Chronosphere here. And again, the Faceless Void, he does not deal much damage himself. The Witch Doctor coming in, that is a much needed damage boost, but they might still not be able to get the Venomancer. The Doom comes out here onto Zeus, but he doesn't care. He's so fast. What are you gonna do? And with help from the Oracle, they're not even gonna get
Structures are fortified.
the Venom. So, Equation, they used 2 big ultimates in this worst case scenario. This is exactly what I was talking about. You have these ults, great, use them, but if you don't get kills, that is a very big problem. And now I don't think there's any way they can defend this tier 1 tower, maybe even the tier 2. If I'm Neil, I'm very happy pushing on. You know that the Zeus is going to have the ultimate very soon because of the Arcane Rune. Spectre Haunt's maybe a different story. That's a very long cooldown there without the
Dire's
Arcane
bottom
Rune.
tower is under attack.
But Equation, they do find themselves on the back foot. It's only a 3k network advantage, but it's also the cooldowns. The cooldowns mean that they'll be losing more towers here for sure. The Blink Dagger completed on the Doom doesn't really mean all that much, unless he maybe picks up a Centaur. Fundamentally, a lot of the damage coming out from Equation is damage over time. That's where the Oracle can be very good in negating that, as we just saw. The False Promise and the heals is one thing, but also the magic immunity that you get from Faith's Edict. Frankly, I'm surprised that 15 minutes in, only 1 tower has died so far. I think that's soon gonna change. Going into late game, it's very hard to say who skills better. Again, you know, Spectre Zeus on one side, but Faceless Void is an absolute beast. Doom as well if you delete one hero from the game. Even if they don't die at the end, it's still 17 seconds without a core. Imagine that's the Zeus. Of course, on the other hand, if as a Zeus you're able to throw out all of your spells, especially the Aghanim Scepter early on, if you get doomed, it's still a big damper on your DPS, but you know, because of the movement speed, it's very hard to actually chase you down and finish you off. The supports this game, for the most part, are not having a good time. I think they tried to sort of rotate and get some EXP while their cores were farming, but didn't quite work out as intended during the lanes. Equation here. Obviously, this is not a good situation for them. But it's not like they're necessarily in any trouble just yet. It's more like the lead of Neo is going to be extended. Equation also do have a game coming up right after this. It's going to be against Vice. So I'm sure they want a quick resolution to this. Can take a short break before the next series begins. Candy Lumiere has the mech flying out to him. There is a mech on the Viper as well. That's also flying out. I'm surprised he's going for the mech first instead of the pipe. Especially because there's healing reduction coming out from the Venomancer. He's also got that Spirit Vessel. I think in the vast majority of Zeus games, going for the pipe first makes more sense. There's also the Venomancer deals plenty of magic damage. Even the Oracle actually does a lot of magic damage. And as the Oracle, it's interesting because the Oracle is hard countered by magic resistance. The nuke that can come out of the Purifying Flames, if you have a certain amount of magic resistance, all it does is heal. The heal is not reduced by magic resistance, whereas the damage is. And obviously that does apply to your own heroes. The Spectre, for example, I do believe the dispersion works on it, so you're not taking nearly much from the Purifying Flames, but you still get the full value of the heal, and that's a very beautiful synergy that you can have. And similarly, often Witch Doctors, we see them max out the Maledict, but I don't think this is that great a game for Maledict. I said this during start. It's not like there's masses of melee heroes piling onto you. And you get the AoE Maledict talent. You know, you can get these huge Maledicts off if it's a whole bunch of heroes stuck together in a cask and they're all running towards you. But I don't think that's going to be the case this game. Venomancer, even as a core, he does fall off, strictly speaking. At least his abilities fall off. However, the hero we often see building into these aura items, and those have a lot of value in Dota, which is a 5-on-5 game fundamentally. Not too sure what's happening with the pulls here generally. As a very general statement, Chinese players tend to have better internet than Southeast Asian players. When you see a disconnect, it's often not due to internet issues, which is sometimes worse. So we'll see. Oh, also another thing worth mentioning though is that when Chinese internet does go down, especially if a team is, you know, together in one city, often everyone loses their internet. Yeah, who knows what's wrong. Poses like this as a caster are obviously difficult to deal with, because it also messes up the scheduling of the other games. But our Doom is back. Looks like we can go, and obviously they knew they're raving for some action here. They know that those big cooldowns aren't available. And with this C tree coming in, I think this is going to be a dead tower. Maybe even the mid tower as well. Antiloon is playing it safe. He's not really committing with right clicks onto the tower, just going to be dropping those plague wards. Those plague wards that he killed creep so fast. Equation looking for the defense here. Looking for the defense. I don't think they can really get onto the Venomancer, not until they have Doom, not until they have Chronos here. It's just a slow push. If only they had a Treant Protector, they could delay this push by much more, but nope. Just chipped away at, slowly taken down. They are buying time for their Faceless Void to farm up. BKB as a first item is not exactly ideal, but you're playing Zeus. Maybe a Glimmer Cape on Faceless Void wouldn't be that bad again. There's so much magic damage.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen!
Speaking of Glimmer Cape, it's a very common item on the Oracle again because it gives you so much magic resistance. You put the Glimmer Cape on a target, you can just spam the Purifying Flames on them and they barely take any damage, but they get the full benefit from the heal. Another tier 1 tower going to be falling. Equation They do have their cooldowns back up. They can go for the defense. The Doom, remember, he has a Blink Dagger, going to be walking forward with the Phase Boots. Who do you want to do? He's going to go straight for the Oracle. No more pesky heals. Now, the Oracle, not actually going to die here unless he can get onto him with some follow-up damage, but lands again into the backlines, and the Zeus providing all that damage as well. The Chrono Spirit is here. It's onto the Oracle. They're committing everything to try and finish this hero off, but at what cost? They lose everyone else. The Faceless Void here, I think, might actually just go well, Time Dilation is a very good spell against the Zeus, I suppose. But he will eventually just take down to the Venomancer as well. And the Doom, the lone survivor here, it's a very bad fight once again for Equation. They use all their cooldowns and they can't quite find anything. The Doom on the Oracle, I think it's a great play, but there was just no follow-up.
Dire's bottom tower
And fighting
is
into
under attack.
Horned, fighting into Thunder God's Wrath, just so much damage coming out on the backlines that they can't really avoid. Zeus soon to have the Aghanim Scepter. That is an amazing power spike for them. I think with that, Yamate actually becomes a very powerful threat because you can get right on top of the target. If you get a Nimbus, I think anyone dies, maybe not the Viper, but definitely the supports can get bursted down before they have any time to respond. Ooh, Zeus does get hit by the Time Dilation. They'll be fine. And here we go, the Nimbus combination. They have the roots to hold them in place. And the Faceless Void gets zapped down. There's so much threat coming out of the Tusk. That little stun is all you need to hold people in place for 2 Nimbus strikes. And 2 Nimbus strikes, 3 Nimbus strikes, anyone dies. Except for maybe the Viper again. Mule, it's not that he's having a bad time, he just hasn't really been able to get onto these targets, take them out, and you really are all about the single target damage as a Viper.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Similar deal going on here, I think. EXO really didn't stand a chance, not against free heroes. An Equation, they are finding the map taken away from them. All 5 Radiant heroes sitting in the dark jungle, DDZ. Again, we're gonna see this combination, we're gonna get the punch out. Actually, not even, that's just how easy a kill that was. Zeus zapping in, he's got so much movement speed.
Dire's middle tower is under
45
attack.
MS. Able to chase down anyone, keep zapping them. And obviously the solution to Zeus is you kill him or you doom him, but they just haven't been able to get on. The Faceless Void still so underfarmed. Now the Doom, if he does find a lone Zeus, can absolutely try for the kill, but you know, if the TP from the Oracle comes in, it's just not gonna happen. An Equation, I mean, they know now, even with their big ultimates, they just cannot kill Mew. And it's such a tough situation to be in. All you can do is spread out on the map, farm up, and pray that eventually the enemy will make a mistake. Can't really force any plays. Meanwhile, the enemy's constantly forcing plays onto you. The Tusk is such a deadly force when combined with the Zeus Aghanim Scepter. They are getting onto the Tusk here, but the Oracle again with the saves. And here comes DDZ. DDZ, the Haunted, as well from Mats. The Mats style does so much damage with the Dispersion. Oh, gonna get taken down. And even with the break applied, the Spectre's not afraid of anyone. It's going to be another clean set of kills. The Doom comes in at the very end of this fight. Going to be going for the Oracle. Okay. That was questionable. I mean, you can feel the desperation coming out here from Equation.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And on to the high ground we go. Could definitely turn around for Roshan as well.
Tower is under attack.
But having the Plague Wards as the Venomancer makes your push this much more secure as long as you're able to slowly build them up, you know, keep 4 or 5 Plague Wards alive. Eventually in a team fight, it does so much damage. equation, what can they do? They have the Chronosphere, but where is the damage going to come from? It's not like they have a Zeus on their team.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Oh, big stomp in from the Centaur. Doom will get Ghana. Zoning everyone back. It's a pretty big Maledict onto a couple of heroes. Atos will prevent the Ventmancer from TPing out. That's a very big kill to get. Unfortunately, the Maledict gets hard countered by the Oracle there. But they are actually able to defend their melee Rex. If Neo had gone for the range tracks would be dead, but the range track is obviously not that high value compared to the melee, so I do like this. I also very much like this, actually, going for the smoke up here. They are showing Faces Void, kind of.
Under attack.
But the Oracle in such a good position to break that smoke. With that Blink Dagger, the Blink from Yogi will find him. Now, even if you lose your Oracle here, that's A-okay, no problems. No problems. In fact, here comes the stolen snowball for the finish. I thought that was actually the real Tusk. No. Well, things get slowed down a bit, but it's no big deal. They're still up 13k net worth. They still have taken the tier 3 tower mid, so that's a very exposed lane. And they do have a Vlad's, they do have a Medallion of Courage. I think they actually could go for the Roshan. And Spectre with the Manta. It's not exactly fast to kill Roshan, but it's not slow either. You apply your Desolate, it's pretty good damage. You also have some lifesteal coming out. The Vlad's is one thing, but you also manage to pick up a Vampire Fangs. I think the Roshan play would be very nice. Snowball in here onto the Faces Void. This combination on top, that is plenty of damage. Oh boy. And Neo, able to get the kill onto the Doom off on the side as well. Looks like they're going to be going high ground once again. And this time I'm not sure if equation hold. There's no Venomancer, however. There's no Venomancer, so they're going to go for the easier target, start chipping away at the range tracks. Now, do you want to hang around and really commit for this? The Chronosphere was never used, the Doom is back up. Emil in the front lines here, he knows he's the tankiest, but he's still not invulnerable. Zoning Nimbus comes out, it is going to get taken down. Doom, again, go in, he's thinking about using Doom. Oh no, he dooms an illusion. He dooms an illusion. That was quite questionable at best. And now what? You have no Doom, the one coming in. Faces Void off to the side, use the Chronosphere, couldn't get anything, and now it's just the full-on chase coming out here from the Witch Doctor. It's only 1 point in the ultimate, everyone just sits and tanks through with Zeus from the side, zipping, zapping away, and lands in the mix of things. Just getting, despite tank as he may be, is going to get taken up. And again, this whole time, they have no way to slow down the Zeus. And it's a very straightforward game here from here. Power off the Venomancer coming out here, pushing these towers, impossible to fight into, and the defensive utility of the Oracle meant that equation were never able to find anything with their Doom. And Neo Esports, I mean, experience, I suppose, on all of their players does show, and
5 seconds remaining.
Dire team ban.
Ten seconds remaining.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining.
5 seconds
Dire
remaining.
team ban.
Ten seconds remaining.
5 seconds remaining.
Radiant team ban.
Dire team pick.
Ten seconds remaining.
Radiant team pick.
And we're back with game 2 of Equation versus New Esports. New Esports taking game 1 in a pretty convincing fashion. It wasn't anything fancy, they didn't do anything, it was just solid gameplay. Zeus, who got far ahead, zapping people
10
down.
seconds
And
remaining.
easy setups there, and Equation just couldn't find any purchase with their Chronos here with their Doom. This time the Doom taken out by themselves very early on, and they're gonna snap up the Tusk.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Phoenix gonna come out here from New. It was banned in the first phase last time. Equation are absolutely Phoenix pickers. And frankly, with the first phase ban on the Snapfire, I'm surprised that Equation didn't go for that as their first pick. The answer from Equation
10
is going to be
seconds
Lifestealer. The Lifestealer does very well against the Phoenix. Does very well against a Tiny, but you
5
are also
seconds
showing an
remaining.
early Lifestealer. It's not the end of the world. It's not actually terrible, but yeah, we've seen first pick Lifestealers kind of just get countered, or first phase Lifestealers rather.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
And Team H being banned out here. Again, AM ban. I mean, Lifestealer, he's got no lockdown. The AM can be very good against that. I think Faceless Void is a very good option for New. And Equation, I think, very likely to take out that Faceless Void.
Dire team ban.
10
And that
seconds
is the void
remaining.
taken out of the picture.
5 seconds remaining.
I think that game there's for an illusion here. I'm not saying we'll see
Radiant
it.
team ban.
As it stands, neither team have anything good against illusions. The ban on the Pugna now, that is interesting. Obviously the Tusk and the Life Stealer, they pretty much exclusively deal physical damage. And so I suppose the Pugna is good against that.
10 seconds remaining.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire team pick.
Lich being picked up here, it's a very neutral pick. I don't see why they would pick
Radiant team pick.
a Lich. I don't see why they wouldn't. Timber Soul coming out though. I mean, funnily enough, this means that they're running free strength heroes off their own. Obviously, the Tusk Life Stealer strength heroes, they don't really do
10
great.
seconds remaining.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire team pick.
Bloodseeker.
Dire team ban.
Morphling.
Radiant team ban.
Morphling coming out here for a new. Now that's an interesting one. I mean, obviously you can get the Life Stealer's magic community. You can cast it and then turn back into the Morphling and benefit from the range and the agi. And the open wounds as well. You can cast as a Life Stealer. Sure, you won't get the feast, but Morphling plenty of damage. I don't think he needs that. Bloodseeker coming out for equation. It's a fairly
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, again,
Radiant
all
team
of the
ban.
equation right now, their heroes are quite bland. There's nothing special about this lineup. And the Bloodseeker, I mean, you can say, you know, the Silence, it's good against the Timber Soul. But then, at the same time, the Timber Soul, you can chain out of that very easily. So you say, okay, well, you're chaining as a Timber
10
Soul,
seconds
you're
remaining.
taking rupture damage. But if the Timber, you're able to build up those reactive armor stacks, you really
5
don't
seconds
mind
remaining.
taking a bit of damage. Both teams right now, they are kind of low on lockdown. I mean, the Timber Soul and the Morphling don't really offer much of that. And you can argue that the Tiny and the Phoenix, they do offer some sort of conditional team fight, but none of it's super
Dire
reliable
team pick.
until you get a blink on the Tiny, and it's almost certainly going to be a support Tiny. I do like the Chain Protector coming out. Turns out I was wrong about the support Tiny, but the Chain Protector does give them that extra bit of control that I think that would be very useful. And the Chain Protector combined with the Timber Soul, actually, it makes it so hard to actually kill the Timber. The Timber's greatest weakness is
10
those
seconds remaining.
situations where you aren't able to build up those stacks, but the Life Stealer for sure has to attack the
seconds
Timber
remaining.
Soul to deal damage to him. And again, if it's low stacks on the reactive armor, it's not a bad matchup for the Life Stealer, but the Chain Protector comes in, gives him that extra armor, that extra regen. He's so hard to deal with, and Tree and Phoenix is a classic combination. And also does give them that split push power to extend the game. As it stands, Morphling is by far the hardest carry here. Definitely outscales the Life Stealer, definitely outscales the Bloodseeker. So worst case scenario for you, they just extend the game, and eventually the Morphling will do his work. Of course, equation, they have one more pick. looking for someone who can deal with the Phoenix Egg would be nice. Absolutely negate that threat.
Choose your hero.
Go with the Ember Spirit here. Ember, not a very good hero to have against the Phoenix Egg, frankly. And sometimes you do struggle with mobility. Extreme Protector is an interesting one. It's very easy to miss your overgrowth on an Ember Spirit, but if the Ember does get overgrowth, it's not great. Often we do see Yule Scepters on Embers just to counter that out. Overall, I definitely prefer the new Esports lineup. I think it's much easier to execute. I think their lanes are strong. And I think the Morphling in the end is just going to pull through. Quite easily, in fact. There's no obvious answer to the Morphling. There's no healing reduction. There's no way to really shut him down. I think the lanes might be a little tough for the Morphling against the Bloodseeker. But as long as you get early boots, you often can walk out with the Blood right. You know, and you might also just level up the waveform. Generally, as Morphlings, just in terms of the mana efficiency, you don't really like getting points into both the waveform as well as the adaptive strike. But if you say, well, I don't need the adaptive strike, then using the waveform isn't bad at all. It's not like you need mana to use your other ability, that morph. Now maybe we'll see some strange shenanigans to make sure that they don't have the Life Stealer up against the Timber Soul, but I don't think it's a terrible matchup necessarily for the Life Stealer. Mid Tiny versus mid Ember Spirit, I actually think is Ember Spirit favored. I do like the item start actually. Getting that minus armor is always very good against low armor heroes, such as the Tiny, who starts with literally 0 armor. Tiny, and unless you really go for the full-on max on your spells, you actually kind of can't nuke down the Ember Spirit shield. Level 1, you can nuke it down. Level 2, I think, is already getting iffy, but level 3, I don't think your combos can actually take him down, especially if he dodges some of the damage with Slight, which is very easy to do.
30 seconds to battle!
Now, maybe the Lifesteal doesn't matter too much, but I think you absolutely do not want to have the Tusk in lane against the Temper Soul. For now, though, it actually looks like they're running 3 heroes up.
This is gonna be fun!
It's absolutely a hero who does not like getting pressured level 1. He's got... well, his stats technically aren't bad because he can change them, but if you look at the overall score, he doesn't have the best sum of strength and energy. Not to mention, it's just very slow to morph. He has low movement speed. Maybe they can get a cheeky first blood on him. Extreme Protector moving up is certainly gonna complicate things. Extreme Protector, one of the stronger laners. That being said, the Protector can be weak to a lot of physical damage, and that's exactly what the Tusk offers. He's another low armor hero here, 1 armor. They're gonna get started onto the Morphling. Morphling gonna be eating that blood right. Although, interestingly enough, going for the level 1 living armor, it's not bad. We don't see it very often. Lich gonna be TPing down bottom. Their attempt on first blood really just was there for the first blood. Not confident in sticking around the lane means that they'll be getting not very much EXP. And of course, you don't TP down the Tusk. Your Protector just making sure his team can get these last hits. And the inverse is true. They don't want to let their range creep get denied. Admittedly, I do think that this is Ember Spirit favored, but there is always the risk of a toss back into tower. You always have to be careful of that. So I think quite clearly top dog in this lane. There's just not much you can do. It's got that health regen. It's got the reactive armor. Some damage being dealt here to the Bloodseeker. He's gonna be fine. No, they are able to kill the Timber Soul there. Keeping an eye on the HP, and that's first blood.
Radiant's courier has been slain.
Top lane, we are having a bit of a trade. Trapped inside those ice shards. Chain Protector is going to make his grasp in just a second. Now, I think he is going to die to the blood right there, but is able to put a lot of damage onto both the other heroes. Pull gonna be contested. Morphling should be able to get a lot of the last hits onto the neutrals as well. You can waveform forward if he really has to. Strain Protector going for a pull of his own, just getting some extra EXP for himself. Mid lane. Well, he's having an okay time, but they both have bottles. We'll see how the rune control is. Probably gonna see some support rotations come in to help deal with that.
Look out for fallen rock!
Support. Moving around here. Gonna have a Tusk. Thinking of going in. But with just the ice shards, it's a little hard now. Seeing the Tusk out in that lane, Yogi is gonna be in some trouble. But he does move pretty fast. Or some low HP heroes up. 4-minute rune is going to be grabbed by a mule there, and with this haste, can definitely think about getting aggressive. He's in range for the attack team, will have his Flame Guard nuked down, but also means he's pretty healthy himself. But here comes Chain Protector. Muley really wants to go, and he's got another slight in just a second. Snowball will be there for the finish. Now, Mosin, in fact, I mean, he's a very low armor hero himself. Does hit very hard, though. And he'll be able to turn things around, but he does end up going down in the end. Obviously, you can still call that a win for Equation. But a very bitter victory there. Now, I'm going to say holding on to the Phoenix Dive as long as he can, and that was not the play. That was not the play. He had the Phoenix Dive the whole time. He would not have died. That's a very play. I'm sure there's plenty of Twitch emojis which can describe that. Bottom lane, though, it does seem that the Timber has stabilized. No more dash from him. Here. Gonna get slowed by Nature's Grasp at low levels isn't that crazy. Seeker, he's not having a terrible time, but the Morphling is absolutely having a good time. This time, Baker's dive will be on something else. You're not going to be taking a fall. And Protector just going to be going for some stacks. Kill score very much in favor of Equation, but now is still dead even. Now that we hit free stacks, free levels into the reactive armor, that's where the Life Stealer really can't do anything to him. TP coming into the mid lane, they're trying to save their Tusk, turning things around. It is onto the Tiny, he is level 6, but with Mule using his remnants forward, he's very happy to do so while he has an Arcane Rune. Now looking for the chase onto DDZ. DDZ up in those chains. Gonna try to TP out, but EXO goes for a very early point into the Sinister Gaze. Now we're gonna have a slight change in just a second. Fist, probably. And Arcane Rune pretty good time for Ember. He's going to be getting those stacks back up very soon. For new though, again, they can be happy there. Their Morphling is the strongest late game hero here. Not looking to necessarily win any big fights early on, just looking to scale. Maybe your Phoenix hits level 6 when your Chain Projector gets out of Overgrowth. You can think about going for fight, but fundamentally, the Timber is a strong laner, the Morphling not getting shut down. The status quo, to me, looks fine for them. Life Stealer here. Not too sure what he's getting. Not really showing his hand as far as which item he wants to go for just yet.
Oh no.
That's gonna be waiting for me, but does end up eating that blood right anyway. Yogi forced it to hide in the trees. Now he does have a rupture available. I don't think you can really use it on the Morphling, but maybe if you rotate to a fight happening bottom, Candy Moon is very good against physical damage, but perhaps not so much when he's ganked by 4 heroes.
Tower is under attack.
Phoenix can't really get anything done there, but they are bringing in the Tiny does have an Invis rune.
Dire's structures are fortified.
But Yogi taken extremely low, but a TP from Lich will keep him safe. Again, they do have that rupture available. DDZ looking for a kill. I don't think he'll find anything.
Dire's middle tower is
Ember
under
Spirit,
attack.
honestly, having a pretty good time in this mid lane. He's been able to grab a couple of kills. They like the build coming out from him. Getting Spirit Vessel early on is very important against the Timber, so of course the Morphling, but you're not too concerned with the Morphling in mid game. Now they are going to rotate, they are going to finally use that Rupture here. DBZ is a very good target. The Timber comes in, he deals so much damage at this point in the game, and DDZ, the heal, keeping him alive for so damn long. And the Life Stealer are gonna get taken down as well. Again, it's just a Timber Soul against these strength heroes. He has such a good time. I mean, Yogi, he was sitting eating exactly the same spells, but as an anti-hero, he's just fine. Not a good trade here. Chain Frost bouncing on through. It's an amazing Chain Frost there. I mean, EXO very clearly knows the opportunities he can go for on this hero, and he gets a solo kill on the Mosin. Mosin, of course, possibly not paying as much attention as he might have been if he was watching the bottom fight to use
bottom tower is
the heal living armor. Ember Spirit forced to use 2 remnants very defensively. I think he will be fine against Yamate here.
Bottom tower is under attack.
But with Vlad coming in, they really want to get this kill. Yogi does not have the rupture. He's very tanky against physical 10 armor there. Base, but he does die to the magic damage. Now the DD picked up by the Tiny.
Radiant's
And the
bottom
Life
tower is under
Stealer, I
attack.
mean, he didn't exactly have a free lane, but it's not like he's doing bad either. Can
Radiant's bottom tower
farm
has
up a
fallen.
nice ancient stack there. Working on that armlet. Going back to the item choices, you know, Life Stealer's going for a pretty early game build. The Ember Spirit likewise going to be looking for the Spirit Vessel soon, I think. And it's all to fight early on. Now, having the Flame Guard doesn't do anything against the Timber since all of his spells do magic damage, but they are coming in with the Bloodseeker here, as well as the Tusk. They're trying to deal as much physical damage as they can. The Timber Soul, he does heal up a lot through that fight. He is very tanky, but he does eventually go down. He's not quite invincible just yet. But they did lose their Lich up top. And the DZ working on that Blink Dagger.
Tower is under attack. Radiant's
It's gonna be a decently timed Blink Dagger. It's not exactly fast. And the Life Stealer, though, he will be able to get an armlet. And the point where you get the armlet, I think you are the strongest hero on the map. I don't think you're really gonna get nuked down by the Tiny as long as you're fast enough with your rage. I really do think Equation, once they hit that first set of items, they can get very aggressive, and I think they need to. They need to shut down this Morphling, or at least get themselves an advantage in another way. getting into the team fight combination of the egg plus the overgrowth can be scary. But again, I don't think Neo are necessarily itching to use it. I think they're happy just farming up, you know, maybe get the blink dagger onto Tiny before you go for anything. And the Sheen Protector is such a good hero for protecting towers. The heal, obviously, but his ability to quite simply take out creep waves, especially once you get that meter hammer. Now, there are a couple of heroes coming around the back. The Tusk absolutely can deal enough damage, or help his team deal enough damage to take down the Treant Protector.
Looks like Radiant closed the blast door.
Looking for a rupture here. It is going to come out onto the Treant. The Treant, he's sitting in the middle of it. He's got Yamate healing him up this whole time, as well as the living armor going to be used here. If you want to kill my Tiny, you're going to be eating the stun or not. The extra movement speed coming out from the haste rune, as well as the Bloodseeker's first, able to allow them to escape that egg. Now that's actually a very long cooldown being used. They're getting on with the chains here onto the Treant Protector. Overgrowth going to be slowing things down. Bloodseeker here, forced to run away. Snowball saves, so they're going to go right back in onto the Treant Protector here. They want first him down. Yogi unfortunately cannot run away. Mosin, though, is going to take him down. Chain Frost not really doing too much there. Ends up being a free for 2 trade. Can't really say who comes out ahead, because the one that they killed was the Tiny, or as they keep both their mid and safely in their life equation. I think they can be happy with that. They force out 2 big cooldowns as well. The biggest problem for them still remains the Morphling farming, never dying, top of net worth. Now honestly, for Neo, he better be top of net worth, because he's gonna have to do all the heavy lifting. The Timber Soul, it's not like the hero necessarily falls off, but you know, your defensive ability does take a hit later on. You still do plenty of damage, especially to strength heroes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Gonna be going for a push here. I do like this. No ultimates. Ooh, taking a lot of damage from that rupture. Yogi, how far do you want to chase? Apparently not too far. In comes DDZ with that toss. Doesn't really do too much to Yogi here. They are bringing in the Timber Soul, however, his first spell will miss. He's going to hit right into the middle of things. Now, how survivable is he really? I guess we'll find out in just a second. He is able to survive against damage past that HUD. Now the egg it just comes back up. No overgrowth. No, they did use the overgrowth there as well, but the egg will go down regardless. Lancey's in the middle of things, going to be eating a blood right here. Trying to fight on through. Now Chain Frost backing. Lance forced to go full in on to strength. Candy Loon, though, this whole time he's been tanking through it, never got taken down. Now, really, it's just Candy Loon left here. They can't ignore Lance as long as he's full in on strength. 1 versus 3. The Timber Soul will fall equation, taking a very good fight here. Now, chasing onto the Morphling again. If you're in strength, you don't put that much damage. The tower is keeping the Morphling safe. How far do they want to go? He's still got a couple of remnant charges. Definitely thinking about it here. Definitely thinking about it. They're gonna go for an easier target, which is that Treant Protector. Treant Protector already using the living armor to try and save his Morphling. In comes Yogi looking for the finish. Yogi going very deep here. The Phoenix on the high ground. Gonna be using the Sunray. Sunray means a lot to a high HP Morphling here. PDZ with the blink goes in, evens things up a little bit. 2 supports going down. 1 from either team on the tail end of that fight. But clearly before it was a win for Equation. DDZ is still going in, gets a toss out here, but the Flame Guard comes out, absorbs most of that damage, and the Ember Straight, he does have remnants. He does have remnants. So not like he was ever in any trouble of dying. Just feeling very confident. Morphling, though, this whole time, it's not like he died in that team fight, so he's still doing very well. Has the full Mantis style, gonna be going for the Eve fight. Tusk, gonna be going for the Phoenix. The punch does a lot of damage to the Phoenix, who only has free armor there. Can the Morphling find revenge? I don't think so, not quite yet. But he does know that the snowball's down. That's a very big defensive ability for the Tusk. It really is just a matter of time until the Adaptive Strike finishes it. Now the toss here onto the Lich will be able to take a kill there. balanced, both mid laners against each other. Meal looking for the chase, does have a couple of Spirit Vessel charges, does mean a lot against Tiny. You're canceling the blink, he knows that the Tiny cannot escape, will be taking a lot of nuke damage in return. But he does have a couple of remnants. Wasn't able to keep the Spirit Vessel on him though, so the Tiny does blink out. Now Yamate trying to go for this kill. Flame Guard is up. Use the Flame Guard. Thank you.
Under attack.
Now the egg coming out will be forcing the Ember Spirit, but he can disengage, and in comes the likes here. All that extra attack speed. I mean, he's got the casual Hyper Stone for now. I think that was allowed him to just take down the egg. It was getting close. Very bloody game here. 17 minutes in, 22 to 15, and it's about to get even bloodier. Yogi off on the side, just looking for some split push. Does find a pretty good place, but it's not like he has a TP.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Lots of kills happening all across the map, but this whole time with Morphling still farming away. Morphling has yet to die in this game. 6-0 and 3, very good score for him. Personally, I'm not a big fan of going for the E-Blade this game. Sure, there's a lot of physical damage on the other team, but personally, I would like seeing something along the lines of an early Scotty. I think that could be very good, especially against the last user, having that extra bit of control. And I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for the Sky after the E-Blade. I don't think you really need to go for a VKB this game. Even just having the Manta soaking up all the bounces from the Lich, I think is enough in a lot of situations. You've got a way to remove any roots coming out from the Ember. You've got a way to remove the summons coming out. It's a pretty good game for a Morphling, all things considered. Ember here, looking for something. I'm not quite sure what he's looking for, but he's looking for something. Literally cut the creep wave, it seems. But there is a tiny Wounded Land Dagger. He's away from the creeps, so a toss could absolutely come out. Courier kill is quite nice there. Gonna go in with the toss. Do they have enough damage? No. Yeah, no, it's not like they have anyone sitting on top of Remnant either. Now, they really have been struggling to push towers. They've only taken a single 2-1. And again, the Treant Protector is such an annoying hero. Oh, TP out there from the Ember Spirit, unsuccessful. And now Lance takes the Magic Immunity, getting onto Yogi there, clumsy Knight, holding him in place. And that's 2 quick kills here. Morphling soon to have that full E-Blade. But even just the casual Eagle Song, that's a very nice power spike. You get a lot of Agi from that. Agi means so much on this Morphling. I mean, the more Agi you have, you know, the more attack speed you have, the better attack damage is, and the more attack damage you have, the better the attack speed is, and getting Agi keeps you both. Meteor Hammer gonna be making short work off the tower. Unlike Equation, you have found a lot of success in these pushes. A lot of it is just plants off on his own. Looking at the creeps in the side with forcing damage to react, and I think he just hasn't died. Timber Soul still up there in terms of net worth. Exactly invulnerable, but he can still survive for a long time. He can still put a lot of damage out with these spells.
The rune of illusion.
We've got some movement here coming up for the Timber Soul, but he's so damn tanky, and there is a Tiny in the area. They are gonna go in here. Easy, gets right onto the Lich the whole time. Ken Boon tanking through it all. Still gonna survive, eventually gonna get taken down. Okay, now it's DBZ. DBZ doesn't really have any backup, but the mutant power is just so damn strong. It's a 2-for-1 trade so far. Trying to TP out, looks like it will be successful. Meanwhile, Lance was actually able to kill the Bloodseeker in the mid lane, and with 3 heroes dead, there's a siege creep under this tower, and the Morphling. And this is going to be another successful push. Cliff already used to try and defend that bottom tier 2 tower. It's only one lane where they still have outer towers here. That steals the form of the Ember Spirit, actually completely out of remnants here. And the E-Blade will come in with a finished DBZ on the high ground anyway. A very nice set of kills coming out from Neil. Wins all across the board, and this Morphling he really is getting out of control. Almost 1.5k net worth compared to 11k on the Life Stealer. And the Life Stealer simply does not have a good matchup into the Morphling. It's as simple as that. Though they're not in any hurry to close out the game. I think once you get your next item on the Morphling, which isn't going to be the Scotty as expected, DDZ goes in, tries to nuke down EXO, but EXO, he will actually survive. DDZ gonna get taken down. In comes Candyloon. He does have 23 damn stacks of that reactive armor. Phoenix Sig gonna be coming out, just anchoring that team fight. All the bounces coming on forward actually, for some reason, don't really deal that much damage. I guess the Morphling was Magic Immune, and they win that team fight again pretty handily, even though it does cost them their tiny. Now with the Spirit Vessel on the Temper Soul, I think you do have to be a bit careful. Unable to get the Lich just yet, but Lance not afraid of anything. Can go in, he gets full kill. Mule, 1 versus 4. What can he get done? All he can do is Remnant out. I think maybe going high ground is a little bit risky, but I think you can absolutely turn around for a Roshan. You still have the Overgrowth, which is a great ability for fighting. You have the Temper Soul, you can tank it very safely. In fact, he's going to get a couple extra stacks from the hard camp just before he goes in. And the Morphling here, yeah, he's so fast at taking the Roshan. Full Agi Morphling. This is 291 Agi. That's 291 damage. Minimum. Morphling, it's actually a great Aegis carrier, strangely enough. So it's gonna get looted up. You're just gonna make sure he cannot interfere. Now the Aegis, it is still in the pit. It's still in the pit, but he can't really get close. Lance, he will be able to claim that regardless. E-Blade gonna be slowing down the Bloodseeker. Lance trying to get in range for the small finish, and he will be able to adapt to strike him down. Now they do use their Treant Protector, but he's already done most of what he can. Mule in the pit. Meanwhile, Life Stealer trying to get onto DDZ. Quite vulnerable to the Life Stealer here. Life Stealer, he is still pretty farmed. He can absolutely go for most heroes, just maybe not the Morphling. It's 2 kills here for the Life Stealer, but can he deal with the Timber Soul? While the Timber Soul doesn't actually have that many stacks, I think it's absolutely possible. Of course, meanwhile, Morphling going on an absolute madman's rampage, chasing on forward. Lich on the high ground, though, there is a ward, so he will be spotted once that Glimmer Cape expires. Gonna get nuked down. Let's see, our Tempest was only doing okay, but here comes the Life Stealer wrapping around. Now they do know that the Morphling has the Aegis, but when you go all in on strength as the Morph, that is pretty much the worst thing you can do against the Life Stealer. It means that when you respawn, you'll still be in that strength. He takes the Life Stealer's form, turns around with that rage, trying to survive for now. Ember Spirit goes in, is able to take down the Treant Protector. No more nasty healing abilities there. And now the Morphling all in on strength. He does have a Timber Soul, but the Timber Soul can't really go in. Morphling trying to wait for him for the high ground will be successful. Now the egg there, it's just zoning egg. They're trying to keep the Morphling alive. They don't really care if the egg goes down here. They don't really care if the tusk goes down here. It's just to keep sure that Morphling, I mean, he's got a huge bounty on his head. Just in that worth, but also his kill streak. And now he's got a Scotty. That Scotty is going to make all of those chases that much better. We've seen a couple of awkward moments where the Morphling can't quite find the finish, or it's a very extended trade before we're able to take him down. And that was kind of what got him into trouble in the first place. Having to expend a lot of time to try and go for the Lich. But now he is a Morphling with 3 items, and if that doesn't scare you, then nothing notable. Treant Protector still keeping this tower alive. Thinks of using the Overgrowth. But the Ember Spirit is out there. Now, for Equation, it's not honestly that trouble. They are going to get the Overgrowth this time around. The Morphling in with the salts is able to just barely nuke him down. And the Tiny here, he is falling behind in terms of farm, but fundamentally, all you need to do is go and nuke down a couple of targets. And we're gonna do the Morphling go. He does have the magic immunity from the Life Stealer here. Now Life Stealer up in the air. Scotty doing so much work, it's so difficult for him to run Waiting forward, he's hiding inside with the infest, but he will get taken down regardless. Now both their big cores are down equation. They're gonna find a morphling on their high ground. Is a glyph to slow things, but it really is just delaying the inevitable. Now the Phoenix, it's gonna be up in just a second. Don't quite have the train protector ultimate, however. But the glyph, for them, these are two very high armor heroes. They can just sit and tank through it with the sun ray.
Dire's bottom tower
Protection coming in is nasty. That's gonna slow things down. Morphling with the blade on him will take down the layer tanks to the Glimmer Cape, but in goes the Temper Sport. Meanwhile, Yogi trying to go for the Tiny here, did get the Rupture up. They haven't lost anyone just yet, but with the sun sitting on top of everything, it's very hard for Equation to win that fight. And we go with the Agnum Scepter. Ember Sport is trying to hunt for these easy targets, but are there even any easy targets that exist? I mean, Lance is certainly not one of them, but just trying to buy enough distance for him to be able to remnant back out safely. Lich trying to slow things down with in fact buying back here on the Bloodseeker. It's too late to defend their Rex. Lance, I think he doesn't want to overextend. No. They want to keep fighting. They feel that confident. Even with the buyback coming out, they say, come at us. Still holding on to the overgrowth. Bloodseeker trying to chase on forward, as is the Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit up in here with the Dual Scepter. Going to be taking a lot of damage once he drops back down. The burst is enough to finish him off. And now a big root coming out here. Exo going to be taken down. The Chain Frost bouncing between the illusions, and that's it. That's enough. New, they play a very clean game. They didn't make any big mistakes. It was very bloody at the start, but all that mattered was that the Morphling was able to find farm. And eventually the Morphling carried them to victory. New Esports, the team made of veteran players, really looking good in this tournament. Now we do have a
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Stop. Triple kill.
My target all along.
What a bounty!
Blessings.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tis mine.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
No sorcery shall tame me. Your call.
Dire's courier has been slain.
Dire's top
stays in
tower is
danger?
under attack.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
The Dire have reinforced their structures. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Felt that. This place is dismissed.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Operation.
Monster kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Defeat last.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I admired you.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are fortified.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dyer's structures are fortified. Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Dyer's middle tower has fallen.
My path leads to riches.
Death on delivery.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
Double damage.
Dyer's top tower.
The shot has fallen to the Radiant. Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ownage.
Violator.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Dyer's structures are fortified. Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Dyer's middle tower has fallen.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dominating ownage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack. Dyer's bottom tower has fallen.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack. The Dyer have reinforced their structures.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
I push the future ever further towards my own ends.
Dyer's bottom tower has fallen. Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Dyer's bottom tower has fallen. Dyer's bottom barracks are under attack. Dyer's bottom barracks have fallen. Dyer's. Dyer's bottom barracks have fallen. 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 Dyer's empty.
A bauble from the void.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ooh, I'll have to come back here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What? Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks have fallen. Dire's middle barracks have fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Radiant victory. 5 seconds remaining.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining.
5 seconds remaining.
Radiant team ban.
Dire team pick.
Radiant team pick.
Vengeful spirit. Ten seconds remaining.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Dusk.
Drow Ranger.
Radiant team pick. Dire team ban.
I guess tankiness to really face the Drow Ranger.
Radiant team
And in
ban.
isolation, the Drow I think is quite good against the Lifestealer, but of course it's about the rest. You know, you're never really going to see just a Lifestealer. It's the Lifestealer. Minimum, you have a Tusk who can allow you to snowball in the Drow, get right on top of her.
Dire
We often
team
do
ban.
see teams go with the a nice delivery system for the Lifestealer. Equation going to be taking out the Timber Soil, caused them plenty of problems in the previous series.
10 seconds
That's going to make
remaining.
sure they don't have to mess around with that. For
5
Vice,
seconds
I
remaining.
think it's going to be quite clear they want a frontliner, someone who can protect the Drow. And once the Drow, we have seen lineups which are completely built around this one hero, and that actually I want to say is more the norm. But we also do see teams sometimes pick a second core with a Drow. We've seen a Drow Ranger and a Morphling, for example. And you're sort of left with a lineup where you have to kill both the Drow plus another hero, and sometimes that gets tricky, especially with someone like Lice, you only have a lot of single target damage.
Radiant team pick.
Beastmaster ban here, just making sure that you don't give that extra bit of push. But it's also nice to have the BKB piercing stun against the LS Pugna coming out here. I think generally speaking can do okay against the Drow Ranger because you have the decrep. Again, the Drow Ranger has a very long range silence. It's a very
10
long
seconds
duration,
remaining.
long range. Sometimes can be tough with the Pugna.
5 seconds remaining.
Does give them some push off their own, and often that's a pretty good option. If the Drow Ranger is there taking one of your towers, well, you just go to the other side of the map and take one of theirs. Clockwork coming out here, very nice pick to have against Pugna. Your Parry Assault makes it pretty much to channel a light train. And in some ways, you can act as that defense where the Gyro Ranger you can get onto the legs, either slow
10
him down and
seconds
trap him in the
remaining.
cogs. But until the Gyro Ranger has a full staff over her, you have to
5
get
seconds
scared
remaining.
of the Gyro Ranger as well. Of course, they do have the Vengeful Spirit for defense that they really need to by looking for a very strong setup for their Drow as it stands. Equation, they really do need someone who can either match the Drow at range, or someone who can really close the distance. And dealing Drow from a distance, heroes such as the Arc Warden can do very well. The bubble, the Drow really does not want to enter into that, and frankly, MKB on Drow Ranger very early on is not ideal. And there is, of course, the other option, which is just getting right on top of her. All of the Spirit Bros can do that very well, but it is a risky game. Again, with the Drow Ranger. Having that long silence, you have the Clockwork stuns, the Vengeful Spirit stuns as well.
Dire team pick.
Points away.
Going with the Pango here now. This is an interesting one. Pango definitely here who can close the gap. And the clogs from the Clockwork. That's an interesting interaction there because often we see heroes go
10 seconds remaining.
and the Pango on their same team. And even then, it's often hard
5
to hit
seconds
that
remaining.
combo exactly how you intend. Not to mention, Vengeful Spirit generally is considered a good counter to the Pangolier. Fundamentally, when you swap the Pango, he keeps rolling in the same direction, and it can be very hard to control. As far as the Rolling Thunder goes, but the Swashbuckle is actually a very good ability to have. It's the Dark Ranger game clock. There's practically no cast time on it. It's very
Dire
hard to
team
ensure
ban.
battery assault. And then you have that extra bit of mobility and the disarm onto the Drow, which can be very nice. Enigma coming out of Ice. For something a little different, Enigma is here who does go very well
10
together
seconds
with
remaining.
insane pushing potential. And it's so hard for the enemies to
5
get onto
seconds
the ground.
remaining.
You know that there's an Enigma system of the backbone by. And this is also probably going to be their mech carrier. Vice really gearing up towards a strong mid-game push.
Radiant team ban.
It's also a way to control the Pangolier through his spin, and the Gyro Ranger absolutely can shred the Pango if he's held in place.
Dire team ban.
The Per Assassin band out here makes a lot of sense. Drow Ranger with the TA. It's a classic combination. It's not just the
10
fact that they
seconds
both
remaining.
are range, deal physical damage, but they hit similar timings.
5 seconds remaining.
Radiant team ban. Dire team pick.
I think Vice right now just looking for a hero who can actually go for kills, follow up Clockwork. I think otherwise they've got a fairly well-rounded draft. They're not too concerned about team fights. They're not too concerned about single target damage. Just need a doer
10
on
seconds
their
remaining.
team. I think
5
Storm
seconds
Spirit could
remaining.
be interesting. You don't actually take that much damage from the Pug now. Since your ultimate does make you invulnerable. As it stands, equation really don't have that much lockdown. It is just the Pangolier, it is just the Tusk, but until you get Pink Daggers, these are very predictable heroes. Void Spirit still left in the pool.
Radiant team pick.
Shadow Fiend, though, my goodness. That is a pick which I honestly didn't think was necessary. Often you take the Shadow Fiend in a situation where you're really lacking in damage, but
10 seconds remaining.
I think they had plenty in the Shadow Fiend. Obviously, it's one of the
5
most
seconds
powerful
remaining.
heroes if left to his own devices. But equation, they're going to be gunning for this SF every single time.
Void and
Choose your hero.
The Void Spirit does come out, but it's for the other side. The silence from the Dark Ranger can be nasty, but otherwise, with your mobility, you can get around these team fights. This is going to be a very interesting game. Personally, I do favor the Vice Esports lineup. I think the Pangolier is perhaps not going to have such a good time. So we'll see how it goes.
Ten seconds remaining.
5 seconds remaining.
We're
Prepare
going to see
to
the Clockwork
battle.
combination, of course, with the Shadow Fiend. Gonna be getting extra damage. I suppose it's not as powerful as it was before, but every little bit helps. I get a free soul per cogs twice, maybe even 3 times here.
You were too
Special
noisy
Spirit
to live.
sitting
You'll
in
have to
mid,
do better
looking to
than
get a
that.
cheeky duel if at all possible. And they're actually going to keep going hammer, get as many souls as they can here. High ground
30
opponents.
seconds to battle.
The deflection is there, but you are able to hit near max souls anyway. And going very to see what you go for as the build. I think instead of maybe the sort of carry build that we see with a Maelstrom, with a Diffusal Blade, this could be a good game for the Yule Scepter Guardian Use type. The more defensive, the more utility-based setup. Now, the Enigma, fundamentally one of the most annoying heroes when it comes to the Knives, just being able to take out those creep. Interestingly, I did not go for the range creep there. But the Lifesteal are definitely going to be under-leveled throughout the laning stage. Having that extra bit of damage here, SF, you should have a decent lane. Especially when he hits level 2, Trace is going. The Void Spirit is a melee hero at the end of the day. It's hard to hit those raises on him. Taking a couple of tower hits though. Top lane Drow Ranger definitely can can't go down.
No.
And it really does apply both ways. If you ever use the swashbuckle, end up in a bad location, they can definitely chase you down with the drought and the slows. The Vengeful Spirit, trading back the whole time, does offer plenty of damage. Interestingly enough, Tusk going for the Ice Shard at level 1. We don't see this very often. This is, I mean, it's kind of good for securing range creeps, I suppose, but the Pangolier with the swashbuckle is generally good at doing that already. So they're not really thinking about getting too aggressive, it seems. Very interesting.
Denial.
Missing the timing there on that raise, Bob will not be able to secure his own range creep. Here down bottom, although he will suffer any XP, it's unlikely that they can kill him. Support Pugna is interesting. Kind of fall off in a way, but you're still able to deal damage to towers. All looking pretty quiet for now. Pull gonna be by the clockwork. So Lifestealer, well, just doing Lifestealer things happily, slowly farming. Gonna have his bottle very soon. He's taking some damage here from you. Aether round will miss, however, which makes it very hard to continue. Trapped up inside the shard. This is a pretty big moment. Vengeful Spirit wasn't there in time to help out.
With so much more.
You do get a lot of damage between the swashbuckle as well as the tag team. And Drow gets bursted down. Also coming out here for SF. Gonna be faster than the Voids. That's will be how they can do on the rune control. Gonna be going for the Vengeful Spirit this time. And from the distance. Doesn't really deal that much damage at level 3, however. Vision can stop and work. In the bottom lane, of course, you're very happy with an Enigma in your team, but I think all things in the 13 has been getting a decent amount of farm. Playing though, that rune control did go the way of the Shadow Queen, and now he's even gonna get a regen in bottom. That's pretty amazing.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Regen rune being used here from the SF. Aether Remnant will not be able to cancel it.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Vengeful Spirit, I think, does have a pretty big stack over here. That's gonna demolish the creep wave pretty fast, unless
Radiant
the Tusk
structures
can
are
come in and get
fortified.
something done about it. And Muley's starting to struggle here against these raises. It's a hero Aether gonna miss. The spray being used here, Mule off onto the side. Gonna be eating the long raise, medium raise, able to take him down. That's 2 deaths now for the Void Spirit. Bob having a pretty damn good time in lane, in no small part thanks to Cogs earlier. Yogi not quite level 6 right now. Gonna be taking a lot of damage. The Swashbuckle is down. Power Ranger lays into him with a multi-shot. A bit late on the Tusk to come for the save with a snowball. Ooh, another kill here for the SF. It really didn't do much, just 2 raises, but it's only a level 3 Pugna. Really not much you can do against the SF there. Gonna be raising down the creeps here. Probably going to be heading into the jungle at some point, just taking aggro to the tower. And he's just looking to get some more damage here. Now the TPs are coming in. He's not quite level 6, however, so it's very hard to get aggressive. Here comes the Clockwork as well, going to be helping out his Shadow Fiend. Can't quite land the raises on top of those cogs, however. Not having the best success. Rune's going to be bottom. And once again, it's going to go the way of the SF, most likely. Certainly with Clockwork being able to zone away here. Bob, he's actually taking a lot of damage, but again, the Aether Round will not connect. Standing under the Nether Ward, though, the SF doesn't really want to use his raises. Top lane Pangolier so close to level 6. Doesn't really want to go for that. He could try with the Tusk, but it's a bit of a risk. Bottom lane has been very quiet for the most part, but Lifestealer's second in last hits.
Dire's couriers
Courier gonna be taken down. But the Tusk does end up in a weak position. Does have the Ice Guard, now the Agni. Can we get Swashbuckle in combination? No, they actually want to go for the Gyro Ranger here, interestingly enough. Yogi's still not level 6, however the Gyro Ranger are able to trade back on. Lucky Shot makes it extremely hard, but it's not quite a 1 versus 1. Vengeful Spirit Illusion is here, and of course with Gasp coming in, changing up the odds. Zerk will survive, and another 2 kills going of Vice. SF up in the top lane means EXP here for the Clockwork. Also level 3, really struggling. Him and the Pugna, moving that bottom lane very early, realizing that there's not too much they can do aggressively. Pangolier is going to hit level 6 off this creep whip. We'll see if he tries to use it for anything. Although they are coming for him, actually. The stun going to come out if they land a couple of raises. But no, they're not going to overcommit. Yogi definitely wants to go in, is going to start the Rolling Thunder. Rolling Thunder coming out here, wants to go for the SF. That's a high value kill, but the SF has a nice bit of terrain to run around. We are going to get the first proc here. Going to be landing with the Vengeful Spirit, but that's all he's going to get. Now the Swashbuckle to try and get out of range. Mule coming in with a DP. I think you do have to back away here. No, the raise comes out. But now Mule's in some trouble. Abraham once again getting juked out here. Shadow Fiend, if he can get that medium raise. Mule, he's trying to keep his range, but now the medium and the long range are back up. He'll completely have Astral Step charges. Can he turn around? Looks like he only wants to try and escape here. Gonna be going in. And actually the race, it kills the SF because of that Nether Ward. Pretty big mistake there. Mule will survive for now, and actually getting the chase onto the Clockwork. Nether Blast not quite taking him out, but the DD will.
If you look long enough.
Question coming out ahead and actually taking the SF down, and well, he is top of net worth, so a very big kill to have. Enigma apparently did use the black hole bottom, but I don't really see so much come out of it. Having brought in the Drow, this is what the Esports lineup is designed to do. Drow Ranger and they just push, and there's well, really not too much the equation can do to stop them. I think the Lifestealer needs a little more farm.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I think for the Void Spirit, again, it's also very hard to go in against all this CC until you have a Yule Cycle. Even just the Drow Silence is such a deadly spell to play against. Of course, we mentioned in the draft, one way of dealing with the Drow is just go for a push yourself and make the bottom line. He is a support, so 3 point into that Nether Blast, we will be able to raise safe lane tier 1 for safe lane tier 1. Tusk on the chase here. Which side does he really want to go for, though? He doesn't really have the best vision that we have of your team. They're going to try and contest this 10-minute rune. Going to be eating a couple of raises for his worries. Arcane Rune can be very nice for the Void Spirit, however. Just getting those extra astral steps more quickly. Let's see if we try to go for anything aggressive. Tusk walks in with the punch. I mean, he is somewhat tanky. Does get a lot of damage out on time with that swap couple. The finish getting on top of the Drow Ranger. In comes the rest of his team as well. Lifestealer right on top of the Drow. Nice travel to TP there. Not going to happen. That swap. Well, that was interesting, but we'll see.
Radiant structures are
Voice Spirit coming in though,
fortified.
it's a very easy cleanup. And in fact, they might be able to turn around for the Shadow.
Its middle tower is
They're
under
gonna try and get around it though. Mule's having difficulty hitting the game quite consistently this game. And despite winning that fight, only a 1k forfeit advantage here for Vice. This Shadow thing is pretty darn farmed. Gonna be getting the drums. That's sort of the safest, most neutral option you can get, but straight into the BKB. He realizes that he's going to need to fight quite soon.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Clockwork hanging around does have the hook shot. I don't think you really want to go for the Void Spirit, however. On top lane, Rolling Thunder up in just a second. We're gonna see it come out. The Enigma here, right next to a cliff. Gonna get that easy bounce. You just can't Flash Bubble for the finish. Doesn't even need to tug to help out. So far, the Enigma really not finding the most success, but you're not really there for the Black Hole. You're there to get a nice and early mech and go
Dire's
push
middle
with the
tower
drop.
is under attack.
That mech being delayed, it really does hamper its usefulness. I did come out here onto the button. I'm talking about a very easy target.
Polish my armor into
The
blood.
choice is made.
Nice, they are bringing in the Enigma. He doesn't quite have the mech. Blue 3 heroes. Looking for push here. I don't know about that black hole. That black hole is very bad. It was clearly at least, you know, 3/4 of the second after the dissimulate came out.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Fox gonna be put in clear. Oh, but he does have a swap buckle result. Think battle and EPMs. Pretty risky.
Dire's middle tower is under
Get gone. Another D here for the Void Spirit. Another D kill. A bit unfortunate on the whole timing.
Just happened.
Now, Clockwork, he does have the hook shot back up, but he doesn't really have that much backup. Probably gonna see a TP. SF, no TP actually. Ranger joining up for the high ground. In a pretty good position, but there is still one more Astral Step charge on the Void Spirit. He does finally have that Yule Scepter, so the Drow, who's surprisingly hasn't even taken a single point into the guest, still be vulnerable. It looks like we're going to get that pulse resolved pretty soon here. Not too sure whose position is better coming out of this pulse. Of course, the Tuski's going to go in with a punch. That hookshot can really mess things up. Hookshot coming out here onto the Lexi. Last here taking so much damage from the Jerk. Fast will get him out. So far it is just the Tusk dying there. Neil will be DD. Gonna be able to slow things down. No Gust to punish him. Oh, well, no, it is leveled up now. In comes Bob, however, having made the walk. Yogi hiding. They're going to choose to not have Rolling Thunder. Use that to escape earlier. It's going to be a very easy push. Swap into the Gust there. Not to mention
Dire's bottom tower
the tower
has
going down.
fallen.
But the Void Spirit's still able to get revenge in the end. It is just about that tower kill. And this is what Vice need to do. They need to get either the Drow extremely farmed, or they get
Dire's bottom tower is
a lot
under
of
attack.
towers taken nice and early on, and the two are not mutually exclusive. The Drow Ranger here, who I think off in games where there are ways to close in on her, and quite obviously, you've got the Tusk, you've got the Void Spirit, you've even got the Pango. Getting on top of the Drow is not that big of a problem. So the Drow herself does tend to fall off in situations like that, but then you have to think about the Shadow, who fully benefits from all of the Drow Ranger stuff. And, I mean, a very scary right-click hero in his own right.
Dire's middle
Even if you don't build
tower is
into it,
under
that's
attack.
sort of the beauty of this hero. You can go full utility magic damage, and smart
tower
with
is
the right
under
things.
attack.
Equation going for a push off their own. They know that there's no black hole. But the black hole will be out very soon. There is almost the mech complete on the Enigma.
It fills me with nothingness.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But guys, get the hook shot in. Tower does go down, but they do have Exo trapped up inside the box once again. Yogi gonna be starting off the ultimate swap, causing some troubles for him. Silence comes out here onto the Tusk. Tusk unable to use his snowball, and the rolling thunder has expired. There's no more swaps left. Void Spirit joining the fight, but so does the rest of Vice. Pangolier gonna get taken down. The Wraith is dealing damage to Mill there. Just the Tusk's left. He's gonna get taken down as well. But Vice, they lose their tower, but guess what? No problem. We'll go ahead and take Roche. Did you take it fairly fast? Shadow Paint, what the Wraith is surprisingly good to take Roche, and of course the Drow's not bad. You have Vengeful Spirit for extra damage.
Roshan has fallen to the
Oh,
dire.
Pugna gonna get stunned up here. Hookshot once again onto him. I think that at least half the hookshots have been out onto Exo, funnily enough. Not the Aegis. Vice, we'll see if they want to go for a push. I think at least a tier 1 tower top is a very easy target. There's no reason to not get that. Vision, fundamentally, they do have a fairly aggressive lineup, especially if they use the Infest and the Void Spirit. But for Vice, it's very straightforward. They're not going to leave any such openings. All they have to do is group as 5.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And then it's very hard to fight into the map, fight into the black hole. Yes, that has DKB. You know, he's really damn strong right now. Gonna be going for that right click double. I think force the Drow and Revenge on your team. It makes a lot of sense. Normally, yes,
Their structures.
you do go for the magic damage build.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Gonna be laying into this tower here. The best thing that Vice can do is try to push on the other side of the map. And Vice, I mean, not quite feeling confident to go for high ground themselves. They're gonna try and prevent it. Shot comes out onto the legs of the Drow Ranger in a good position to deal damage. The Sun is not enough to keep him alive. They are onto the Drow Ranger, but the Aegis around that missing. The Drow, remember, has the Aegis anyway. So, TP out from the Pangolier snowball to the Ancients. Oh, desperately trying to get out. And it looks like he will be fine. And to be fair, they did get the tier 2 tower, although losing your life stealer obviously isn't great. Ooh, silence here onto the Void Spirit. Does have the Yule Scepter, but ooh, actually canceling. That's Requiem. It's very hard to hit the timing against the Void Spirits anyway. So many ways to get out. I suppose for Vision, it's not really that bad of a trade.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Of course, it's not about that trade. The default state of Vice, what to be pushing was to be taking these towers. Now, they weren't confident enough to go high ground last time around, but this time, the enemy is not on their side of the map. Definitely think about going for something. Don't quite have creeps with them, but they can tank with the Eidolons to a certain extent.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Just gonna start by clearing out the creep. Does have to be careful. He's sort of back up here if things was up. Rolling thunder comes on in. Hookshot gonna be slowing that down. We do have the Vengeful Spirit with a swap. There is actually a light to the right side. You're gonna go for the target. Meanwhile, big Requiem coming out here. Void Spirit deleted from the green black hole is onto the Light Sealer and the Drow Ranger as well as the SF laying into them. able to take down 2 of the big cores here from Equation. Rolling Thunder is down. So really, the Pangu doesn't achieve that
Radiant's
much.
middle tower has fallen.
Shower Ranger, aggressive move forward, won't find anything. That's okay. We're here for the racks anyway.
Barracks have fallen.
I don't think we can get any more in the enemy base, but there is still a tier 2 tower, which is an easy target. The Aegis is going to expire pretty soon, so they really don't want to push their luck.
Boom, there it goes.
I'm not really looking for a fight, looking to back
Radiant's
off.
bottom tower is under attack.
After this tower, the Black Hole is a very long cooldown. The Panther with Rolling Thunder, not so much. You'll have their setup here into the Aether Remnant, but the Silent comes out, makes it very hard to follow through on guess setups. BKB up in a couple of seconds. Drow Ranger gonna get punched up here, hook shot to try and save the SF. Once he gets this BKB, I think he's gonna be very happy. The swap gonna be putting a lot of range between him and Life Sealer. Down by 3 range heroes, no way to survive. Had nothing, just call GG like that. And I don't it was designed for sort of aggression, early game aggression, but they never really found that. Not any convincing fights. I think they have to be constantly going in, use the Leader's ultimate, use the mobility of the Void of the Tusk, and get on top.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. Team pick.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
Dire team pick.
Vengeful spirit. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Radiant team pick.
Anti-mage.
Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Drow Ranger.
But I think it's going to be a completely different game this time around.
10 seconds remaining.
Now the
seconds
Anti-Mage
remaining.
versus Drow Ranger, in terms of the game plan, the Drow Ranger here wants to take towers nice and early. Anti-Mage, a hero who wants to stall things
Radiant
out,
team ban.
pushing around the map. So there is an interesting dynamic there, but then again, the Magnus, if you hit a good RP, it's such absolute teamfight power.
10 seconds remaining.
Dire team ban.
Mars being taken out of the pool, just taking out these other teamfight
Dire
heroes,
team ban.
taking out the initiation.
Radiant team ban.
Templar Assassin, a very good ban. We talked about that in the previous game, but it also does have a good matchup against the Magnus. Magnus, a melee hero by nature, takes a lot of damage from side blades.
10 seconds remaining.
Don't want to play against that.
5 seconds remaining.
Radiant team pick.
Bloodseeker coming out into the
Dire
Anti-Mage.
team pick.
Traditionally, the Bloodseeker was a very good counter to the AM. It really limits his mobility if he gets ruptured, but the spell shield
Radiant team
really does mess things up. The Lich is a pretty good hero when it comes to
Dire team
slowing
pick.
down pushes, such as from the Drow Ranger. It's a pretty good all-round hero. The Chain Frost is very hit and miss, but we do see games where it's absolutely devastating.
Dire team ban.
Equation probably looking for a way to deal with the Drow Ranger, and the Wind Ranger actually definitely here who can do that. You don't mind trading right clicks against the Drow, you actually out damage the Drow in most
Radiant
cases.
team ban.
Now having the Wind Ranger against the Bloodseeker, you
team
don't really
ban.
like getting ruptured. You don't have the highest HP pool, you don't like getting silenced by that Blood Rite either. And the Bloodseeker Vengeful Spirit combination, even the Rubik there, and the Drow Ranger, they all have some form of displacement, kind of forcing you to take damage from the Rupture.
5 seconds remaining.
Vice Esports with their bans actually taking out a lot of the more defensive supports. There's no Oracle, no Tusk. I really want to make sure that if someone gets ruptured, they will be able to finish them off. I think Vice looking for that extra bit of team fight. SF being banned out here, I think an Invoker could be interesting. Obviously, Invoker into Anti-Mage DM gets a lot of value out of a Mana Void. But I still think it could be good. The Tornado's very good at dealing with all the things, all the buffs that Equation have. That purge with the Tornado. You have a Bloodseeker, you either force them to move from a Sunstrike. If they stop moving, it's a very easy setup there. And it just gives you that extra bit of teamfight, and you do benefit somewhat from the Drow Ranger.
5 seconds remaining.
Alacrity on Drow allows you to absolutely shred towers. As for Equation, I think something like a Jakiro could be nice. This offers you a little bit of extra damage.
Invoker.
But no, they go for the Invoker. I thought Vice would be the ones you pick up an Invoker. We're gonna see an Invoker from Equation now. Either the Wind Ranger or the Invoker have to be supports. And support Invoker is not entirely unheard of. It's actually quite common.
10 seconds remaining.
But I don't know if this is a good game for like a support class Rex Invoker. You can kind of stall things out. It's kind of nice defensively. You have a Bloodseeker running at you. You delay his advance. But there just isn't really that much when it comes to a reliable setup. The Magnus RP, you know, it's interesting with the Sunstrike. Wind Ranger, if you land a good pin, okay, that's a pretty good Sunstrike setup there, but it's not easy to land a Shackle shot. Again, you can also think, you know, is this the defensive pick, so sort of the deny pick to stop Vice from getting the Invoker for themselves? I think the Invoker would have been a very good hero in their lineup. Obviously, a lot of the bans from Equation have been mid-heroes. An Ember Spirit, I think, could be quite decent. You don't really think of it, but the lockdown against an Anti-Mage, the Ember Spirit technically does have an instant cast disable. Slight chains. Neither of those spells have a cast point. And holding the Wind Ranger in place, it can be nice. They're very escapable. It's hard to hit an RP on this hero. Vice using a lot of their reserve time.
Dragon Knight.
Gonna go with the
Choose your hero.
DK here. DK Drow Ranger has just some godlike push potential that can come out. Also does give you a frontliner, which can be nice, just soaking up all the spells. And they're absolutely looking to close out the game before the anti-mage gets fat. I don't think the DK has a particularly good matchup into the AM. You are a hero who likes using spells, even though, you know, you can still function without them. But the spell shield of the anti-mage makes it so hard to actually get a stun on him. I don't really know which team I favor. I think if Equation are able to take it into the late game without losing too many towers, they simply have the best lineup. But Vice, fundamentally, they're just looking to end the game extremely quickly. And late game, a DK farmed up really can be that scary late game carry. And the Drow Ranger, it's not the best game, but you will be able to take a lot of heat. The enemy is always going to be gunning for you, but you have the Vengeful Spirit buying time. And even if you die, hopefully that means that the enemy expends so much effort that the DK is able to do his thing. You know, a DK late game, you get the Daedalus, you get an MKB, you get an AC, you output so much damage. The Invoker being played by Mule, it looks like it's gonna be a mid-Invoker, which is the more normal route. I really don't think this is a good game for a Class WEX support Invoker.
You are too noisy to live. You'll have to do better than that.
Prepare for battle!
My camera's actually a bit stuck right now.
Whoops! What a surprise!
What the f just happened? What the f just happened?
That is not good. Back.
"30 seconds to battle."
You'll have to do better than that.